then the year after, I took up ManageX. ManageX is the former name of Operations Manager for Windows. Okay. And then 2005, 2004, 2005, they named it Operations Manager, right? Unix and Windows. But there were still actually different products, right? The same name but different products. Okay. And then moving forward, I took up Mercury 2008. I took up Remedy first. No, no, not Remedy. Service or Peregrine products, right? So back in the days, the Peregrine acquisition and the Mercury acquisition happened very close to each other. Okay, so but I took up the Peregrine first, so that was Service Center, Service Manager, Asset Manager, and then 2008 to 2009. I know 2009 it was a Mercury, right? So but I took up Mercury 2008, right? But my first delivery was 2009. I can't forget that because my first delivery was with LAPD, right? So Los Angeles Police Department in LA. And that was my first LA trip, right? So I can't so something you can't really forget. Beverly Hills and all of those things, right? So and it was with LAPD, right? So how about that? Okay. Anyway, so that was my first Mercury foray, right? So foray into the Mercury, right? Of course, OMI back then was not the same. If you look at the history, OMI was OMI, and there was a bit of misconception coming from customers because they thought that OMI was the new OM, but in reality it wasn't, right? So because back in the days we still need OM to deploy the policies, okay? And then when the OMI 9 came out, that's when we were able to deploy policy templates from the OMI system, right? So but before then it was you still need the OM to deploy the policy templates, okay? And then of course afterwards, now we have OBM, okay? So that's about me. Honestly speaking, I live in Toronto, a very cold city. Uh, yeah. So anyway, that's all I can say. If you want to talk about the weather, right, we can always talk about the weather. Okay, so try time to introduce yourselves. I think I'm really more interested in what your responsibilities are, right? So what your responsibilities are? Are you an architect? Are you with operations? Are you with engineering? Okay, because it really depends, right? So the mindset will be different based on what your responsibilities would be. Okay, APM and OBM. Did you attend the OBM one? When? What have you been doing since attending it? Right. So have you were you able to practice your training? I think we don't need this anymore, right? And well, what your expectations would be, right? Okay, so thank you, Guillermo. I'll read it along the way. So, Alex, you're the first one on my list, so I have to volunteer first. Alex, are you talking? Because you might be muted. Okay. Yeah. So we're introducing ourselves. Okay. So if you want, you can speak or you can type into the chat room as well. Okay. Okay. So Alex is just typing. Okay. So while Alex is typing, Andres, Do you want to speak? Okay, so same. All right. Thank you, Alex and Andres and Diani. Daniela, do you have a mic? Daniela? So if you're talking, Daniela, we don't hear you. Okay. So I'll circle back to you, Daniela. So have Diani's notes here. And then Fabian. Do you have a mic, Fabian?
Can you hear me? Roberto, can you hear me?
I can see some. Did you guys hear Fabian? Or
Yep, Terry hears me. Terry can hear me. But I don't know if Roberto can.
okay, so it is me that who cannot hear Fabian. Give me a second.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So give me a second here. Do you want to try again, Fabian?
Okay, can you hear me now? It seems he doesn't.
Yeah, I know. It seems like I'm the one who has a problem. So let me. There I go. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Roberto?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now, Fabian.
Okay, nice. Great. Well, I'm Fabian Parada. I'm from Santiago, Chile. I'm working in Avatar Consulting. And if I get it right, this is my third class with you. I had the OBM and the configuration class and administration. And well, and I'm here to learn more about this tool.
Okay. Thank you, Fabian.
Did you hear me well? Because Alex says that he heard low.
I can hear you well.
Okay, great.
Okay. Israel. Israel, do you have a mic? Okay. All right. Thank you, Israel and Jesus. All right. Thank you, Jesus. Martina, can you hear me, Martina?
Marina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Marina. I'm from Argentina. Uh, I am an IT consultant. I am working on the operations department. I have been working with OBM for 2 years ago, and with different versions. Nowadays, we are working on 2020.05. it. I would like to learn some extra about OBM.
Okay. Thank you, Marina.
You're welcome.
And Roger.
Hello, Roberto. Can you hear me?
Hello, Roger. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm Roger Gutierrez. I'm working in Avatar Consulting, also in Chile. This is, I believe, my fourth course with you. I have been in the Universal Discovery, Operation Orchestration, OBN 120, APM. So I have been working on my knowledge on all these tools because part of my responsibility is to be able to deploy proof of concepts, deploy the services for customers. So I need to understand all the solutions and to be able to do that successfully.
All right. No problem. Thank you, Roger. And Terry, good morning.
Good morning, Roberto. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Hey, do you speak Spanish, Roberto?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Just my
Because I
name.
would think, because majority of the class seems to speak Spanish, and I'm like, gosh, if I'm the only one, then I could always take the 200 class another time. But that would be hard for us. And I'm sorry about for the rest of the class. I know that can be hard with second language. But my name is Terry Oldham. I've had several of you in the class that I had in December. So like Andres and Diana and Guillaume and Israel. So we just did the 120 class in December. It was a really good class, good students. You're going to like them, Roberto. My company
Okay.
is Terry Oldham and Associates. I am a certified technical partner of Micro Focus, and I do training and some consulting for Micro Focus, and I've been doing that for a long time. What kind of experience do you have with APM and OBM? So I've also been around a long time. That computer question, I put that in a long time ago. It's funny they still have that in there. But I used to put that in there.
Yeah.
And the reason why I put that in there is because it could tell me how long people have been in the computer industry.
I
Now
know.
we're old, it's like, really? You know, I had the very first 127, 128K Mac. I worked at the very first Apple dealership in the world in Garden Grove, California, when Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs used to make house calls. And so my first computer was an Apple II Plus with 48K of memory before hard drives and all that. So I've been around a long time. And then with this tool, it's funny. You know, I've seen the whole migration. You know, first played with it before there was MA. You know, monitoring automation. You had to do this manually. You know, so I've seen this product just evolve, and it's just wonderful where this product has come to and what you can do with it now. So yeah, and actually both APM, both versions of APM. So a lot of other companies, you know, that use APM applications portfolio management, you know, is what other companies use that for. So, but kind of the same idea with applications. So amazingly, I've never taken the 200 class after all these years. I actually, when I started doing, there was a couple of companies in Northern Virginia and Massachusetts that you know, was getting into the bridge operations center, you know, operations manager, all that. But I got shifted over by Paragon Systems, and of course then Hewlett Packard Enterprise Micro Focus, and I did a lot of ITSM and ITOMs. So I was doing service manager, asset manager, of course SMAX now, Universal Steam DB. So a lot of ITSM and ITOMs, and then I kind of just was not doing very much of, you know, this area with events, and so it's good to really kind of be back and and play with this. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this advanced class has in it now. So that's me.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome, Terry. Yeah. I can't remember my first computer model, but I was able to play my first game there, and it was Digger. That's all I can remember. And yeah, so all right. lab environment wise, guys, well, most of you have attended the OBM 120 training, so you will have an idea what the ebooks would be, right? So I am not going to spend any more time on this because we're gonna be busy in the next 5 days. So, but you should have received an ebook. So most of you are attending second training with Microfocus, right? You should have received an ebook before the class. So same scenario, same situation. We have the lab guide. Okay, we have the lab guide. Okay, the student guide, and for the lab exercises, we're going to follow the instructions on the lab guide. Okay, which I'll demonstrate in a bit. Okay, so for our lab environment, so each one of you will be given as much as possible. We're going to give you an environment close to what you would see in a production environment, less maybe some of the orchestration stuff like operations orchestration. But in the class, you are basically given um, similar to your OBM training, right? So you have the OBM system. Okay, we have the APM, right? So and then we have some other areas where we pull some of our events from, right? So there's going to be site scope monitoring, our application server, our database servers. We have BPM monitoring the websites. Right? Remember the ticketing websites, right? And the banking, the online banking systems. So what this uh, systems are doing are basically generating events, okay, and forwarding those events to the OBM server. At the same time, the OBM server is also collecting metrics, and those metrics will be forwarded to Caso later on. Okay. Now, so these are the IP addresses. This is part of your student guide, folks, right? So it's gonna be in your student guide, but you really don't need to because your lab exercises will guide you with the instructions anyway. But just in case you need a point of reference, you can always go back to your student guide, or you can always ask me to pull it up for you. I don't mind during our lab environment. So, but these are the host names, the IP addresses. As I mentioned, you don't really need this list. Why? Because we have PuTTY uh, icon already on your desktops. If you open your browsers, we already have the shortcuts available for you, right? So just click on those shortcuts, and that's pretty much it. Okay. Um, you will be accessing the Access VM similar to your OBM 120 training and the Universal Discovery training. Okay. Okay, so these are the versions that we have in the class. Okay, so although we're a little bit behind in terms of substance, it's we don't sacrifice on the substance, right? So the interface will be a little bit different, right? But in terms of what you will be learning, it will be the same. Okay. I can hear some background noise. So make sure your lines are muted, guys. Especially for your privacy as well. Okay, and some additional applications installed on the APM server. Okay, well, just to summarize this, so we don't spend too much on this anyway. Right, so all of this are going to simulate a database server, a website, and collect information from them. Okay, these are some of the managed nodes, quote unquote, that will be in your RTSM, but they do not actually exist in the environment, right? So this is just to add more nodes into the server, okay? So these are fictitious nodes, okay? and you can open this and make this available to your environment as well. Okay. Okay. So a list of all monitors. Okay. Credentials. Now this is important just in case you don't see this in your lab guide, but you will see it also on LG, right? So, but the username and the password. Okay. Now, by the way, we cannot use Chrome or Firefox in our class. Why? Because 2019 is still using Flash. Okay. And Chrome and Firefox doesn't have it anymore. It's not supported anymore. So what we did, the support guys, the infra guys, created a crack, right? So or a patch. So a crack is the better term for that, right? So they have a crack for IE. Okay. So well, they have a patch for IE to bring it back, right? So to support Flash. So they have that. So in our lab exercises, we can only use Internet Explorer. We cannot use any other browser besides Explorer. So if you are having problems with Flash, that basically just tells you that you're using a different browser. Okay. So on the slide is the important credentials. If it's not documented in your lab guide, you can use this as a reference. Okay. So these are the credentials for OBM, the credentials for APM, and other applications as well. I don't think we really need to to use all of these credentials except maybe for the Media Hub and the Ticket Monster eventually for additional template management that you will see and experience later on. Okay? Important credentials as your table. Now, this morning I've sent you an email. So let me just quickly demonstrate how to access the lab environment. So this morning I sent you an email. So let me know if you haven't received it. Right? So I sent you an email this morning for your lab exercises, lab access as well. Okay. So this is the email. Now, to access the environment, I believe that you're all familiar with this, right? You can do it in HTML5 or you can do it in RDP mode, right? So regardless of what you will use, okay, you need the first login and the second login, okay. Just to demonstrate this quickly, demonstrate this quickly. So for HTML5, just in case you have forgotten already, okay. So this is the Citrix gateway. To log in, plug in the assigned student name here. The first login that is, okay, and then the password for the first login. So if you notice, I'm using the first login here. I'm sharing my screen, by the way. So if you're not seeing my screen, okay, that means something's wrong. So let me share my screen one more time. It's my other system. So let me know if you're seeing it. So you don't have access to the ebook, Jesus? Okay. I'll send it to you after this. Okay. After this demo. Okay. So here I'm using the first login to connect to the gateway. Okay. And of course,
You didn't change the password yet.
I didn't change the password. Okay. So update. One 7054. 7054. For some reason, uh, you're really not supposed to put the HPE train anymore, but okay, let me just see if they changed that. So it looks like my Citrix gateway is not working. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like my Citrix gateway is not working. I can, but you see the gist, right? So you click, if it works for you, that's better and it's good, right? So but you put the username here. You don't need to put the domain. You only need to put the domain on the RDP. Okay. So you don't need to put the domain. Put the username there and the password. When it was, if it's successful, it will give you a bookmark. Click that. You need to log in with the second login. Okay. Personally, I prefer the RDP. Okay. Personally, I prefer the RDP because it's faster and then I can open multiple sessions. Because if I'm using the Citrix gateway, if I'm using the Citrix gateway, I will not be able to connect to you individually. All right. So what would happen here is personally, I prefer the RDP method. Okay. There's a sound, guys. So make sure your lines are muted. Okay. Okay. So there's an attached file. So this is 168. So I'm going to use 168 over here. Okay. Thank you, Andres. Right. So just download that. So I'm going to, okay, just download that. Okay, double click. Right. So it will give you a pop-up screen. Log in with the first login, but you have to put the domain HPE train like this. Okay, so if you haven't used it yet. Okay, and then it will give you another prompt. Use the second login, administrator, and password. Once the second login is successful, it will bring you to the AVM machine, which is where I'm at right now. Okay. So here I am in AVM. Okay. So AVM stands for Access VM. Now, if you notice, I'm using Notepad and I'm copying that over. If you have an ebook, you might like to cut and paste. So some people likes to cut and paste. For this image set, I don't know why, but it might be with my laptop or it might be with the image. Okay, but I find that if you're going to cut and paste it into the command line here from your guide, it's better to paste it first into Notepad and then change whatever you need to change. Because sometimes when you copy it from your ebook, it has special characters. Change whatever you need to change and then copy that in and paste it into the command line if you want to paste it into the command line, right? So for our image set, we're using pods. So we're using the containerized version. So there are steps in your lab exercises that will ask you to execute commands, which has nothing to do with OBM itself, but more into the Kubernetes and the Docker environment. Okay, so you just do that. For the meantime, um, you should have received the ebook. Okay, no problem, Marina. So I'll send it to you together with Jesus. Okay. Okay. So if you receive the ebook, okay, you will have a lab guide. Okay. So for us here, there will be a lab exercise for almost all the modules. For now, we're going to do lab one. Okay. We're going to do lab one here, which is in reality, what you're going to do here is check your lab access, check if OBM is running. I checked it already, right? The infra guy checked it during the weekend. I checked it last night, but we're using containerized version, so sometimes um, it misbehaves. So let me know if OBM is not working, so I can fix it or I can submit a ticket right away. Check. You're going to check as well if APM is running. You're going to generate events using OBM tools, and you're also going to access site scope. So this is mostly for testing purposes. I think 30 minutes should be enough for this. What do you think, right? So 30 minutes should be enough for all of this. I'll put a timer on the left here of 30 minutes. Okay. So I know some of you will be working fast, some of you will be working slow. But personally, I prefer to just use the timer as some kind of a structure. So we'll start again in 30 minutes time. Okay, so 30 minutes time after you test this out. You know what? We haven't taken a break yet. So what about 35 minutes, which includes the break, right? So put it all together there. So it's gonna be up to you how you're going to manage your time. So maybe after 20 minutes, if you're done, take a 15 minutes break because when we come back, it will be a little bit starting to get heavy. Okay. So for Jesus and Marina, let me see. I'll send you a private message for your um ebook code. But also for while I'm looking for your ebook code, search for your email, right? So it might be in your bulk mail. Okay. So look for Gilmore in the email address. Okay, so Jesus, I'm sending it to you now. And Marina. Okay, Marina and Jesus, I send it to you in a private message. Okay, for your code. All right, guys, I'll stop talking now. I'm around. Let me know if you need me. I'm waiting for and I'm monitoring the chat room. Okay, the timer is up here, and if you're ready, I hope you had a quick break. So we'll go ahead and do module 2. So if you guys can hear me, let's have a quick mic test or audio test here. So let me know if you guys are hearing me on this one or not. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just loading some of the systems here. Okay. So, module 2 is event pipeline. And for module 2, this is going to be the discussion and the objectives. Basically, what we hope to achieve in module 2 is um looking at the overall event processing, right? So at the moment, let's look at it in a light view, right? And look at it in a very light discussion. Okay. Just give me a second here. I just need to reply to support. Okay. All right. So since I'm asking them to test something out. Okay, so let me start with a demonstration. So you have an idea what are we going to discuss in module 2, right? So let's start with the demonstration first. So you have an idea what we're up against, and then we can go to the slides later while they're testing it out in the background. Okay, so let me know if you can see this. So you're supposed to see my screen at the moment. Okay. So do you guys see this? All right. Thank you. Okay. So what are we going to discuss in module 2, right? So first, it's module 2 is actually a summary of what we're going to discuss in the next 5 days, right? So some of them anyway, not all of them, but some of them. Okay. One of the things that you need to watch out is if you're looking at event perspective, you are looking at event perspective now, right? So when you're viewing an event, okay, when you're viewing an event, okay, so let me just adjust my screen here. Okay, so when you're viewing an event, you will notice that for every event that you have viewed or that you received, right? So I'm generating a couple of events here, right? So which we'll talk later. Now, talk about later. Okay? But if you're looking at an event, one of the things that you will see in an event will be the related the related configuration item, related CI. Okay? So you have the related CI there, the source CI. Okay, so we call that resolution. Okay? So we call that resolution. So it's not really that easy. Why? Because in OBM, we're not dealing with nodes. We're not dealing with infrastructure elements. We're dealing with configuration items. So every event that you receive can be associated to a CI. Okay? So when OBM receives the event, OVM will need to identify which CI it belongs to. That's what you call a CI resolution. Okay, so we'll talk about that in summary in module 2 where it appears. Okay, so we'll talk about that in module 3 in terms of how it's being processed, but I'm showing you right now what we're going to discuss in module 2. Okay, now if you go to administration here, so I don't want to use that tab. Okay, so if you go to administration, you go to, let's say, event processing. You have time-based event automation, event storm suppression, event suppression, stream-based or SBEC, topology-based or TBEC, right? So there are two types of correlation. Okay, then you've got the downtime behavior. Okay, and under operations console, okay, under operations console, you have your runbook mappings, okay, and then under service health, you have your, okay, indicator definitions. So where you will see, if you open this, okay, if you open that, it's gonna be worth the investment on waiting time here. You will see the health indicators here for every configuration item. You will see that. What are what are health indicators? Okay, what are ETIs? See this ETIs, event type indicators. You have HIs, health indicators. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you already have an idea about this. But just to pick your interest level, just for a second here, I'd like to ask you a question. What influences the color of the CI? Okay. So if you look at the health perspective, okay, if you look at health perspective, for example, okay, and if you select this, okay, where do the color of that configuration item get its configuration item from? Right? So the severity. Right? Now, what I'd like you to notice is if I right click on this, look, right? If I right click on this, if I right click on this, I close the event, okay? It's gone. So the health indicator is gone. Now, the question there is, why is it gone? Right? So why is the event and the caller gone? Is it right to assume that it's actually gone, right? So that's part of event type indicators. What do you mean? Why is it done? Why is it gone, Roberto? Did you really fix the problem? So what if the operator did not really fix the problem? What if the operator is just right clicking on the event and closing events? Does that make sense? If you have SolarWinds, you have Network Node Manager. Back in the days with Network Node Manager, if I acknowledge an event, the status of the icon changes. Okay? Now look at this. If I select Roberto, that's the reason why I have it for you right now. If I select Roberto, Roberto is severe, right? Roberto is normal. But how come you have abnormal icons there? Where is this colors coming from? So that's what you will see in event type indicators and health indicators, right? So that's what you mean when you say HIs and ETIs. Okay? So I'll stop with the share right now because we're going to talk about that later on. Okay? Right? So let's go back to the slide and let's talk about how they are being processed. You can use this particular slide even in production environment and as part of your day-to-day roles and jobs. Okay, this slide is very important. Now, keep in mind that my primary purpose here is to really focus on understanding how it's being processed, right? So there will be talks about log files. We'll revisit that on Friday when we talk about troubleshooting. But for the meantime, if we have the time, I'll discuss it anyhow. Okay. Um. So remember that OBM has two, in terms of architecture, has two parts. You have the gateway and you have the DPS, right? So DPS stands for the data processing server. Okay. So the gateway performs the following action. It receives the events, conducts very limited processing, okay, and delivers the event to DPS. Okay. So DPS will be the one that will actually process and picks up the event from there. What DPS does is gonna be covered in the next coming slides. Okay. So the literature that you see on the slide right now will become clearer as we move along. So let's just move along, right? So let's just move along. We have some illustrations and some flows that will allow us to easily understand what those basically means. Okay. Now keep in mind, guys, that OBM stands for Operations Bridge, right? So the keyword that you're looking for there is bridge. It's not only an event processing tool. Okay? So it's being positioned by Microfocus as the bridge between the operations team, the NOC, the engineering, and you know, it's it's the, I would say, the melting pot as far as your monitoring is concerned, quote unquote, right? So you can implement manager of managers. It depends on the company. So I'm working with a customer now who has an MOM, and they have 260 at the moment, and it can get larger from there, right? Get bigger from there. They have at the moment around 260 edge. They call it an edge OBM servers, right? So they have it per site, so to speak. And then all of these edge OBM servers are forwarding their events to the quote unquote the MOM server. Okay. Now, what are these edge OBM servers are collecting or doing? It's basically an interface to whatever your monitoring tool is. Okay. Now, some of you have attended previous courses like Universal Discovery, Network Node Manager. So you have a lot of monitoring tools. The primary goal of Microfocus is not to replace them, right? It has not always been the goal of Microfocus to replace them. Okay? So the primary goal is to have a consolidated view. We've been trying to do it for the past 20 years, honestly speaking, right? So when we first came out with Vantage Point operations in HP days, the concept of centralized has always been part of the agenda of HP back in the days, and now part of the agenda of HP Enterprise, and definitely Micro Focus moving forward. Okay, but it was very difficult to implement back in the days. One, because it was detached from ITOM, right? It was detached from ITSM. Okay, so I know we've been talking about configuration items and the like. There was actually an attempt back in the days in the Manage X uh, part where we wanted to, centralize everything, right? So and make it as close to ITSM as possible. But it did not materialize, and it did not really proceed because one reason being is Manage X is Windows. So when Operations Manager for Windows came out, it has a native capability, which is what you call the Service Navigator. Okay, so the Service Navigator was a native capability of Operations Manager for Windows. Okay, so what that means is if I will buy the Operations Manager for Windows version, I will have the Service Navigator for free. I don't need a license for that. Okay, if I buy the Operations Manager for Linux or Unix, I will need the license for the Service Navigator. Eventually, it became part of it became the license became bundled with the Operations Manager for Unix and Linux. But it was I think it was too late. It was around 2009 when it got bundled. Having said that, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that it should be the melting pot. So everything goes into OBM. You have a catch. The catch is we are CI based. So always remember that we're CI based. So everything that you see here, every arrow that you see here, right? You're getting it from APM. You're getting it from SiteScope. Those are all Micro Focus products. So you don't really need to worry about those. But what about SolarWinds? You're sending data from SolarWinds. You're sending data from NNMI. You're sending data from whatever monitoring tool you're using, right? Maybe even those SaaS monitoring uh, applications like Pingdom or some kind, right? So you're sending it over to OBM. When it is received by OBM, you need to process that. But on top of that, you're working with configuration items. Okay, so all arrows here points to OBM, but we are doing it all, okay, as a configuration item standpoint. Okay, now the gateway. Remember, the gateway is the front end. Okay, so the gateway is the front facing component of OBM. In its simplest case, right? So the gateway is the one that receives data. Okay? The gateway is the one that receives data. It receives events from Micro Focus products or third-party products known as data collectors. So whenever it forwards data to OBM, they're gonna be called data collectors. OBM gateway is the one that does the processing. Interesting, right? Of suppression, event storm suppression. Okay, event storm suppression, not event suppression. Event suppression is different. Okay, so it's the one that handles event storm suppression. So whatever suppression setting, storm suppression setting you have specified, it's gonna be handled by gateway. Okay, it runs the web data entry process. Okay, so it performs event age suppression. Okay, we'll talk about that in time-based event automation. It will map OM, Operations Manager. Okay, Operations Manager attributes to OBM attributes. And then you have some topics here regarding OM. Now, that concept will only make sense if you have a background in Operations Manager. Okay? So, are we going to discuss it now or not? We'll see. Okay? Most probably we might need this in module 3. We might need this discussion in module 3, but let's park that topic for the moment, okay? The OPR background, the OPR backend process on DPS picks the event from the bus, which is the Hornet Q bus. So meaning to say, whatever the gateway does, it gets forwarded to the DPS, which is the data processing server, which is the background. Okay. Event storm and age suppression is done on the gateway. So it rejects undesirable events. Okay. So what are event storms? We have a module for this. Okay. But event storms are, events, a number of events that are forwarded to the OBM server in a very short period of time. Okay. Now, event storms can happen. Okay. Event storms can happen. You have to identify though what your sources will be. Okay. Now, if your source is agent, so remember in OBM we have two types of sources, right? We have the agent base, which you're all familiar with. You need to install the operations manager agent, and you have the agentless. I'm lazy to type, guys. Okay. So you have the agentless. Okay. Shortcut. All right. So agent base. What's the difference between agentless and agent base? You need to install an agent. Can you guys still hear me? I think I lost my mic for a quick
No.
second there.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, going back here, for agent base, you don't really need to worry about. Well, you could, right? You could be in a position where you will have an event storm. But if you will have an event storm in an agent base, that basically means you did not design it properly, right? Because the difference between agent base and agentless is the agent is the one that decides what events are interesting. So I find it curious when you have an agent, you forward something to the manager side, and then you suppress it. Okay, so because the biggest benefit of having an agent running on a node is you get to decide what you forward to the server or not. So when it comes to event storms, agent based monitoring should not be a problem. The keyword there is should not be. Definitely, if you don't design it properly, it could be a problematic area, right? So, however, when it comes to agentless, like SiteScope, now it really depends. Remember, in SiteScope, you have if you're familiar with SiteScope, you have an option there if you would like to send the alerts or forward the alerts rather to OBM. Okay, so you can check it. So since SiteScope is agentless, so what that means is everything is happening on the SiteScope server side. If you're receiving alerts on the SiteScope server side, okay, you might receive some event storm coming from the SiteScope server side. Okay. In terms of event storm, it can happen. So you have to protect your server at all times when there is an event storm. Okay. So you have that particular setting. We'll talk about this in the upcoming module. Okay. Remember, all of this happens on the gateway side. Okay. So that's one of the things that the gateway side will do. Okay. So now event storm suppression is different from event suppression, right? Event suppression is basically you decide what are the events that you would like to suppress for some criteria, and then you suppress it. Okay. Uh, Event suppression will happen on the DPS side as part of the event stream. Okay. So the pipeline processes four types of events: events, event updates, KPI status changes, and action responses. Okay, this will get clearer when we talk about the pipeline, right? So let's go to the pipeline. and see what the pipeline looks like. So this is the pipeline. You can actually use this pipeline, guys, as a point of reference, so you'd know exactly where the event is happening, right? And it depends on how you're sending data. Are you sending data with what type of policy? Are you sending data using SNMP trap policy, OPC MSG policy, right? And depending on the policy that you're sending, depending on the policy that you're generating, right? So understanding the pipeline is going to be a big help. Okay. So on the slide here is the overall view of the pipeline. In the next few slides, we'll talk about them in a bit more detail, but a fun detail, right? So let's make this module a little bit fun, right? By the way, this is going to be more like a summary, so it's going to be more like a conceptual discussion. Okay. So, but if I can, pull up some demonstration screen, I would. So first, you have if you look at the first one here, right? So this part here. So you go here. So you've got the KPI handler, event filter, init events, event sequencer, and log receive events. Right? So all of these are documented in the slide. So you've got the KPI handles the KPI status changes. Remember what KPI stands for? Key performance indicators. Right? Key performance indicators are associated with health indicators. In its simplest case, what are key performance indicators? Key performance indicators is a way for you to organize health indicators. Where do you get key performance indicators? Right? How do I make sense of key performance indicators? Well, to tell you honestly, there are different products in this arena, so to speak. Okay, you have APM, all right, and you have OBM. Okay, so you have APM and you have OBM. Now, without going into too much detail here, but I just want you to understand this clearly. Okay, in APM, in APM, okay, there are two modules related to our discussion. It has a lot of modules, but related to our discussion, there are two modules. You have SLM and you have service health. Okay? In OBM, you only see service health. In OBM, you only see service health. Okay? So you only see service health. So in OBM, you're only exposed to the service health KPIs. Okay? So in OBM, you're only exposed to the service health KPIs. Okay? There's a bit of a lag in my network connection here, so that's why. Right. So in APM, remember, structurally speaking, they're the same as OBM, right? APM and OBM, structurally speaking, are the same. So in OPM, you also have service health. Okay. You also have service health, and you also have KPIs there. Now, from an implementation standpoint, KPIs are going to be associated closely the to your service level objectives, right? So what will be your service level objectives? 98%, 97%. So when you look at any of those KPIs that you've seen in OBM, when you look at those, you will see 98%, you will see some indicator changes, color changes. What you'd like to ask will be, well, what drive those? Right? So as early as now, I'm, picking your curiosity. Where do we get those values from? Right? Well, honestly speaking, you can get those values from anywhere. You can have the defaults. Okay, so a lot of times, customers who implement OBM are very interested with event browsers, but when it comes to the service health, there's a bit of a gap on what they're supposed to do with it, right? So because if you look at your KPIs, you can leave it as default. Then you will hear customers saying, well, I'm okay with out of the box arrangements, with out of the box settings, out of the box thresholds. And there's really nothing wrong with that, right? So there's really nothing wrong with that. But this course is also about, triggering your curiosity. What value should I put there, right? What will influence the changes that I'm going to apply, right? What kind of thresholds am I going to put? What would influence that? Well, so it's really hard if you're not looking at it from a business standpoint. If there's no business behind it, it's going to be very, very hard, right? Now, in APM, there's a module called SLM, and that's the business standpoint. In SLM, I don't want to discuss this and spend so much time on this, right? Because this is not an APM training. In APM, there's an SLM, and in SLM, you create contracts. Okay, so there, if you go there, you can create service level agreements. You can create underpinning contracts. You can create operational level agreements or OLAs. So if you open APM now, go to SLM, you will see that contracts or agreements rather agreements. So you can define who are the parties. You can see you can put there the customer, right? You have customer one, you have customer two, and you can put there the model or the service that you will offer the customer. You will put there the service that you will offer the customer. Service one, service two. You will put there the KPIs or the service level objectives that you're going to put, right? So you'll put it there. So 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 whatever has been decided, where do you see the service level objectives from the actual contract, right? So it's the legal document, that they've signed. What you're doing in SLM APM is transferring that over to APM, right? You're just transferring that over. In SLMs, you have the KPI. Your KPI is basically going to be very close to your service level objectives. Service level objectives is in the contract. KPI is going to make sure that you are in compliance with that objective. So every year, every quarter, every semi-annual, every year, APM SLM component will calculate your KPIs based on your service level objectives and if you're compliant or not. That's where that KPI is coming from. Okay? Now, if if your service level objective is 98%, how do you force Roberto to wake up at night and make sure that you will never violate your service level objectives? That's where the service health KPI comes in. The service health KPIs is stricter than the APM KPIs, right? Because the service health KPI will be your primary consideration in driving resources to fix that particular problem. So going back to the event pipeline, that's the purpose of the KPI handler, right? So it handles KPI status changes coming from APM if it is connected, and you will see it there. Now in OBM, we use events as a health indicator, so affecting your KPIs. Okay, we'll try to see that later in module 4. Okay, then you've got the same event filters, same event filters events that have already been processed, just in case it's been forwarded to multiple connected servers. So you need to have that capability. What if there are two NNM servers monitoring the same router, and if the router is down, since it's being monitored by two NNM servers, you will receive two events in OBM. So you want OBM to detect that. Okay. So event sequencer, okay, and log receive status. Okay. So register events. So register event will make new events accessible from the pipeline. So you can manage and maybe change that along the way. Okay. Event updater allows you to change existing events, and action response handler updates the event with action response from auto action executed from the agent. Remember, in the agent has an automatic action capability, right? So if there are any updates that has happened, okay, then it can be forwarded to by the agent. Now, keep in mind that when you're creating a policy, you have an option there. If you want to execute an automatic action, and if you want the message or the event to be forwarded right away, right? So there's an option. Do you want to forward the message right away, or do you want to forward the event right away, or do you want the event to be forwarded after the automatic action has executed? So if you forwarded the event right away without waiting for the automatic action to complete, right, the update will be handled by this guy, the action response handler. Okay? Now, so we're done with this one. So those are just the initial. Okay. Now at this point, the most important part here is you now have registered the events. Okay. So that's the most important part of our discussion. The event is now going to go to the next stage. Does that make sense? Why? Because at this point, you now have same events. Okay. Just need to respond here. Thank you. You now have handled the same events. Okay. You now have you now wrote it to any log files that you need to wrote it to write it to. Okay, you've now registered it into the event pipeline. You now forward it to EP1. Okay? EP1 is an EPI script. A script, you have the opportunity here to run a script. You call that the EPI1. Okay? Event Processing Interface 1. Here, you can run an EPI script, okay, before any CI or ETI resolution. Right? So you can run a script here. So you can massage the information. You can massage that information before these next steps kick in. That's your primary goal. All right? Don't worry about use cases here because we have another module specifically for that. Okay? So this script is a Groovy script. Okay? So remember, what you're really after is to modify the script, possibly to prepare it for the succeeding steps. So the use cases and the examples will be only be dependent if you understand the succeeding steps. Right? So let's go to the succeeding steps. The CI resolver. The CI resolver is going to attempt, that's the keyword, to determine which CI it belongs to. This is fun, guys. Right? This is a fun topic. So you need to identify what configuration item or which configuration item the CI belongs to. That's the primary goal of the CI resolver. All right. Why is it an interesting topic? Because in OBM, we're not dealing with infrastructure elements. We're dealing with configuration items. How difficult CI resolver is will depend on how you consume UCMDB or RTSM. Okay, so I have a module for this. We have an example for this in module 3. Okay, but the goal of that about it very carefully, right? So you've got to think about it very carefully. You have an event. So let's imagine this again. I have an event browser, right? So my event browser is empty. Everybody's happy. Then an event comes in. The event is received. The event is read. What I'd like you to imagine will be what will be the color of your icon. What if you have a command center? So imagine you have a command center. You're working for, I don't know, you're working for a bank, right? Citibank. You're working for NASA. Yeah, you're working for NASA. You're part of the Perseverance team. And an event is received. The event is red. What will be the color of the icon? Do you want it to be red? Do you want it to be something else? Right? Before you answer that question, okay? Think about it very carefully. In the monitoring world, which back in the days, HP was one of the biggest proponent, and of course now Micro Focus was because it's part of the ITOM, right? Actually, with APM introduced us to all of this, honestly speaking, right? And then it was carried over to NNMI. APM introduced the concept of metric-based monitoring, right? So in APM, you monitor the metric. If the metric is bad, your icon will go bad. If the metric is good, your icon color will be good, regardless of whether or not you have an event. That's the beauty of metric based monitoring. If you look at your fuel gauge, right? If you look at your fuel gauge in your car, if your fuel tank is half empty, it will be half empty. The only way you can move that needle, right? The only way you can move the needle in your car is if you put in more gas. Okay? That's the beauty of metric based monitoring. With events, it's not the case. Why? Because the operator can cancel the event. If the operator cancels the event, should the color of the icon also change? Right? Before you answer that, think about it very carefully. You might say, well, it should change. Well, what if the operator is actually cheating? What if the operator closed the event without actually fixing the problem? So if the operator closed the event without fixing the problem, the color of the icon will change. So what if you're part of the NASA team and Perseverance has a problem and the operator just cleared the problem, right? So that's where event type indicator comes in. Just to pick your curiosity, right? So in event type indicators, you, the OBM administrator or the OBM policy administrator, get to decide if the icon will change as part of your event. Overall, actually, right? So the thing with OBM is in service health, there is a KPI called unacknowledged events, which is somehow going to contradict everything that we're discussing here from a conceptual standpoint. But that's going to be handled by the ETI resolver. Then you've got the downtime provider. The downtime provider in OBM, you get to decide if you have a downtime period, right? So this one is simple. If you receive an event outside of the downtime period, it will be processed differently. Okay, remember that. And then ETI resolver by rule. Well, there are basically two types of ETI processing: ETI resolver by hint and ETI resolver by rule. They're basically the same. They're both ETIs. It's too early for us to discuss them right now, but that's the gist of ETIs. What ETIs basically mean and in terms of practice. Now, so if you go to API 1, right, the script, this guy here, what is the purpose of ETI 1? The purpose of ETI 1 is to make sure that all of the things that we just discussed is going to be successful, right? So you normally use API 1 script. You normally use API 1 script if you need to modify the event, if you need to or if you want to modify the event in order for you to have a better and more successful processing in the next steps like CI resolving, ETI resolving, downtime, and resolving by rule. Okay? So just in case the source for the event did not provide that additional information. Okay? So when you're done with this, what do you think will happen here at this point? At this point, you now know at this point, you now know that you have a CI. You now know what ETI are you going to use, right? So you can now execute another script after CI ETI. Okay, guys, I know, I got kicked out there. So what about now? How about the audio now? Is it better? Audio test, audio test. Okay, there you go. So it happens at this time where I'm at. Maybe because I don't know. People starting to send emails at this hour, maybe, right? So let me know if I need to switch to audio on my other connection. Okay. All right. So going back here, at this point, you know what CIs do you have already. Okay. So you might want to execute another script to process it even more. Maybe to process after it's been resolved. Okay. Maybe you want to add additional RTSM components. Why? Because the variable replacer did not really do it for you. Okay. So you can run another set of scripts here. Okay. Maybe also in preparation for the next upcoming steps. Okay. Like event suppression. You can suppress unnecessary events to reduce the load on the server. There are rules um, and items that you can suppress. Okay. Now, although we can suppress events, okay, at this point we are dependent on what OBM can provide to us, honestly speaking, right? So we are dependent on what OBM can provide to us, right? So what do I mean by that? We can only suppress um, events that are part of a suppression criteria. Okay, suppression criteria. We'll talk about that later on. What I mean by that, but just to trigger your curiosity, back in the days, in the previous versions of OM, we have what we call event correlation services. ECS MSI, right? Or message stream interface. And it's gone. So this is gone. It's been replaced as part of the EPI or the event processing interface. Okay. IMDB store. So IMDB store basically will store the event in the in-memory database. Okay. So this is part of RAM. So OBM stores the most recent receive events in RAM. So this is an infrastructure setting. Okay, so definitely the more RAM you have, the bigger you give it to the IMDB store, right? Uh, so it keeps and it stores recently received events. Okay, so you can process them better and faster. Okay, then you have SBEC. SBEC stands for Stream Based Event Correlation. Okay, so you correlate events based on stream. Okay, so you correlate events based on stream. Why based on stream? Because later we'll talk about TBEC. You'll understand. It's easier to talk about SBEC after we talk about TBEC. Okay? Here it's pretty simple. Close related events. So if the events are related, like acknowledge events, pairwise, anything that are related, if you need to close it automatically to minimize the clutter on the screen. Okay, to minimize the clutter on the screen. Suppress duplicates. Suppress duplicates. Quite a big topic. More technical topic here. This is more of a technical topic, right? So how do you know if the event is a duplicate event, right? So but you can suppress duplicate at this point. Okay. Priority calculator. Now, here's the thing. CIs. There is a business CI. Okay. So an example of a business CI will be service, business service. Okay. Maybe you've heard of it, right? LOB, line of business, business function. Roberto, what should I use? I don't know. I thought you were the instructor. Well, this is the part of ITIL where you're supposed to select what you prefer, right? So there's no right or wrong answer here, right? If you don't know what you're going to use, right? So you'd probably be better off with service. So treat everything as a service, right? So business website service, application service, database service. Treat everything as a service. Why not? Okay. But in terms of ITIL, there are times when if you want to be strict about it in terms of definition. Okay. So sometimes they use other types like line of business. Okay. So line of business, like for example, if we're going to start, let's say, um a website. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen here. So you're looking at the Air Canada website, right? So imagine you're the service manager for this guy. Okay, you're the service manager for this guy. how would you treat this part? What about this part? What about this part? Okay? So booking, planning, fly, airplane. So if you're the service manager for this, how are we going to categorize each and every area of your website? Flight, travel, car, right? So when you're booking, if you look at the booking here, you can book for flight, you can book for vacations, you can book for cars. Why is that? Why is it important for you to capture it, Roberto? Because these are revenue generating. Okay? So if you're going to ask yourself, how will you treat this? Are you going to treat this as a business service? Okay? Are you going to treat this as a business function? Are you going to treat this as a line of business? Is this a line of business? Line of business? Line of business? I don't know, right? So ITIL has a definition for everything. In the end, you will need to decide what is it you want. Now, this is not an ITIL thing. The beauty of all of this is that it's OBM. It's now it can now be implemented by OBM, right? It can now be implemented by OBM. In OBM, RTSM rather or UCMDB. Okay? In RTSM or UCMDB, remember RTSM is a lightweight version of UCMDB. Okay? It is a lightweight version of UCMDB. Okay? So in RTSM, you can create a business CI type, and the business CI type, it can be a business service, a line of business, a business function, has an attribute called business criticality attribute. Okay? You can assign a value of 1 to 5. 5 having the highest critical. Right? Now, the event, when you generate the event, it has a priority field. It has a priority field. The priority field, the priority attribute, right, can be automatically calculated. The priority attribute of the event can be automatically calculated based on the business criticality of the business CI and the severity of the event. Okay? So if the event has so and so severity and the business CI has so and so criticality, the event priority is automatically calculated from lowest to the highest. Okay? So what is this for? What's the importance of this? Remember, OBM is a bridge. You don't want an event tool that will show you all the events all at once without allowing you to identify how are you going to deploy your army of network operations personnel. Okay, so the priority calculator does that. It is responsible for calculating the event priority, and in OBM it's actually related to the severity and business criticality attribute. Okay, user group assignment. Okay, it can automatically assign the event to a user group. Okay, so at this point, you have suppressed. It's now in memory. You've closed related events. You've suppressed duplicates. You've calculated the priority. You've assigned it to the group. Okay, you can now proceed to the third API, the third script. At this point, you can run another script. Okay, so you can run another script if you want. Okay, maybe at this point you can do event automation. I don't know. Okay, so maybe at this point you can do event automation, or something that you would like to do after you process all of it or before you do any of the following. Okay, so we go here. What are we going to do? We store the event on the database. So after we store the event on the database, we unregister the event. It's gone from uh, the event pipeline. Okay, and then you run the last one, the API 4, after you store the event. Okay, so you can run another script here. Okay, so what's the difference? What's the difference between API 4 and the previous three events? In API 4 and the previous three events, okay, scripts at this point is executed in a read-only mode. So that means at this point you're not after modifying the event anymore. In fact, at this point, this is probably where you start, okay, additional event processing like TBEC, which is processing that's not going to modify any property of the event. Okay, it will it will modify anything that consumes the event, but it does not modify the property of the event. Okay, topology-based event correlation. Right. So what's topology-based event correlation? Now to trigger your curiosity, guys. If I ask you, give me an example of a CI, right? If I ask you, for example, give me an example of a CI. So some of you will say, well, I have a node. Okay, node CI. So some people would say node CI. Um, Roberto, printer CI. I always ask customers and my students, well, what's the difference between a CI and an asset, right? Well, customers will say, well, CIs have relationships. Ah, if you like relationships, okay. So CIs have relationships. Okay, so you can say node is using printer. Okay, so something like that. So you create a relationship. This is the node CI. I create a printer CI. Okay, I create a printer CI and then I create a relationship there. Okay. Um. So so let me just answer this. Okay. All right. So okay. Now, what about databases? Is a database a CI? Is What about CPU? Okay. So this is the story, guys, for the past maybe from 2000 to year 2000. Well, I got introduced to ITSM in year 2000, but it was already popular even before then. Uh, and we've been trying to do this for almost what, a decade or a decade and a half. My mentor, he was from Netherlands back in the days, and and he's been with ITIL even before then. So I would guess they've been trying to do this way before that, right? My point here is, when it comes to databases, CPUs, it's the prerogative of the designer, right? So it's a prerogative of the designer. So people will say, okay, I'm going to include database as a CI. Some people will say, no, I'm not going to include database as a CI. So some people would say, I want CPUs to be configuration items. Some people would say, I don't want CPUs to be configuration items, right? So there will always be that particular discussion. So if you haven't been part of any of those discussions, that's how your CMDB team goes through. They go through that every, I don't know, every day of their lives. Okay, so they go through that. That's their, basically their responsibility. If we are responsible for installing, for using the product, they're responsible for deciding what configuration items are they going to put on the database. Now, the most important part here will be the relationship. So to simplify my discussion here, what is the parent and what's the child, right? Or the direction of the arrow. The direction of the arrow. What will be the database and what will be the child? Okay, is the database the child or the parent of the node, if this is the node? Let me tell you guys, it's not an easy discussion. Okay? It's not an easy discussion. Why? If the database is the node, what if I'm talking about status calculation? Okay? Because the problem is, okay, sometimes we create CIs for monitoring purposes. What about status propagation? Those are two different things. Okay? Honestly speaking, that's the reason why it did not really uh so some monitoring people uh don't like ITIL that much. It's because of this concepts, right? Because of these concepts, status calculation, status propagation, they're creating we're kind of forcing people to create configuration items just because we'd like it as part of our tree, something like that. Okay, and as I was telling you a while ago, operations manager, the predecessor of OBM, half of OBM, half of OBM was taken from operations manager. It had the service navigator way back, right? So when I first picked it up, it already had the service navigator, but it did not pick up. Why? Because of this, right? So what's gonna be the database and what's gonna be the CPU? Why are we doing this anyway, Roberto? Why are we doing this? Well, because if the database, if the node goes down, we might want to tell our operator that the database is affected. If the CPU goes down, we would like to tell our operator that the node is affected. But look at my arrow, right? If the node goes down, the database is affected, but my arrow is towards a direction, maybe, so that's correct. But if the CPU goes down, I would like to say that the node is affected, but look at my arrow, it's outwards. So that's a big problem with configuration manager owners. That was a big problem. What's going to be the direction of the arrow? So what will be the child? Will it be the node or will it be the CPU? Why? Because they're creating calculations and propagations. That's where TBEC comes in. In TBEC, you don't care about the arrow direction. It's not important. In TBEC, as long as there's a relationship, you can correlate events with one another as long as there are relationships. So if you want to have some status calculation or propagation, by all means you can do so. Okay. Then if you have NNMI, you integrate with net with NNMI. Event automation, so operations orchestration, TBA. We'll talk about TBA later on. Okay, so it's really more of a process. Operations orchestration runbooks. Okay, so if you're familiar with OO, okay, so or RBA. Okay, hey Roberto, aren't we? Don't we have the capability to execute automatic actions? There's a difference between orchestration and automation, right? So RBA is orchestration, although A here is automation, but it is preceded by RB, which is runbook. Okay, so an RBA is an orchestration, whereas automation is only an automation. Okay, so here with event automation, you can run OO, so you can implement your RBAs as well. Okay. And the last but not the least will be health indicators, updates. So if there are any ETIs, HIs, going back, we're sort of familiar with this already, right? So going back, it's going to be your health indicator and the like. Okay. The location of log files on the gateway, guys. Location of log files on the gateway. So you can modify a file called operator gateway.properties. Okay. Set the log level to info, warning, debug. Debug has the most entries to be saved. Okay. So this will be the log file locations. So if you want to know what's going on every step of the way, you can process that. This is on the gateway side. On the DPS side, it's the same. You have to modify a properties file. Okay. On the gateway, you call it the gateway properties. On the DPS, you call it the backend properties file. The same. Okay. And this will be the log files. So if we're going to run scripts on the DPS, you can modify scripting hosted properties to determine how much log entries will be saved on the log files themselves. Okay. So I'm skipping some slides here, which is not for me, not important at the moment. You're not going to need it in succeeding labs. We'll squeeze it in anytime we have the chance. Okay. We have there's a send event enhancement, the send event.shr.bat. Okay, which you can use for testing purposes, right? So you can use this, and these are some examples that you can send. For me, for my example later, you can definitely use this, but for me, I am using the OPC MSG command, right? Because it's easier for me to show you what I want and what I'm after. Okay. All right, guys. It's lunchtime. It took us how long? Almost 80 minutes, but that's fine. Okay. Let's go to lunch. So what do you like? 60 minutes here? And then labs. If I look at your lab exercises, this should be maybe another 30 minutes for the moment. Okay. We can extend this. So we can extend the lab time. But for now, I'm sort of starving, so I'll put 90 minutes on the timer, and I'll be back in 60. All right. So I'll see you in 60 minutes after our lunchtime. Okay. Enjoy your lunch, guys. Okay, guys, the timer is up. And if you're back and ready to go, let me know by some indicator and we will get going. Thank you. Okay. 370Y. I'm just logging in to my other system. Well, I need a little bit more hands here, so I would know if we can proceed. Okay, thank you. That's much better. Okay. All right. So moving forward. In my watch, it's 1:45, right? So if you go back to our agenda for today, okay. So at the moment, it's 1:45, and we're trying to finish the substance of module 3 and 4. Okay, so uh I have a lot of I have a lot to say about these topics, honestly speaking. But we're going to change direction. So what we'll do is we'll discuss module 3. We'll discuss module 3. The theme when we start the discussion for module 3 is enough slides to complete the lab exercises. Okay? So what that means is there'll be topics which we cannot finish today, so we will continue that tomorrow, right? uh so the things that we will continue tomorrow will be mostly concepts, like performance, caching, um so those things we're going to discuss that tomorrow. Okay. I try not to discuss it at the end of the day because one, it will definitely compete with time, and second, it will be uh very taxing on our brain, right, on our brain cells. At this point, but by the time we're done with this, guys, I'm pretty sure you'll be a little bit tired, right? So my estimate here, 1:45. So my estimate here, I'm going to try to limit the lecture maybe in 45 minutes, okay? And then I'll give you time to do the labs. The labs plus a little bit of break. I'm not going uh to kid myself, nor you. So my estimate here is about 60 minutes. And I don't want to rush it really. Okay. And then, well, the lecture, my estimate for the lecture is it will all depend on because it's gonna be a demo, right? So it will all depend on how fast our demonstration machine would be. So hopefully we can do it in 45 minutes. So and then module 4. So it's gonna be the same. Okay. So the theme for module 4 is going to be the same. Okay. So just enough to finish the lab exercises. And I don't know yet how much time we are left here, but here I will discuss enough, to dismiss by maybe 3:45 p.m., right? 3:45 to 4 p.m. So somewhere within that range. Okay. Right. So just follow my lead. What that means is we're going to balance between lecture and demonstration. Okay. So any concept we will move to tomorrow, right? So there's some concept, especially with the ETI resolution. But with the ETI resolution, it will come in and it will be useful when we get to topology-based event correlation and other things like service health customization as well. So without any more delay, let's go and discuss module 3. Okay, so module 3. I'll start with a demo here. Okay, so I'll start with a demo and then we will finish off with some slides. Okay, so we'll finish off with some slides. Okay, so let's go. Huh. So I'm going to share my screen. So you should see my demonstration screen. Okay. All right. So if I go to workspaces, I go to event perspective, right? Workspaces and event perspective. You need to be patient with this because it's gonna be a live demo, and sometimes we're dependent on the speed of browser loading. Okay, so you're all very familiar with this, right? You're all very familiar with this. And in this particular screen, you have the event browser, right? I have executed a couple of events here already. Okay, so I have executed a couple of events here already, so you will see their differences. Okay, but we're all experts on this at this point. Okay, so let me go in and select one thing. Okay, so like this one here, any event, any event. Okay, so if I select any event, I'll open a new form or a window. Okay, so we'll have a better view. Right, so this is what you would get in the analysis pane, the bottom pane. So similar. See this part here, right? Just follow my mouse. Okay, that's what you would get. So you're looking at it now. Okay, a normal, event processing. Okay, so let's look at some of the parameters here. You'd see some attributes: severity, life cycle state, which are all familiar with. The title, right? So which will all contain, maybe depending on the person who generated the policy, right? So it could be short, it could be long. Okay, you see the node, right? You see related CIs, you see source CIs. Now, okay, if you're going to compare this to OM, okay, okay, you basically would say what gives. Uh, why? Because it looks like there's too much information that you need to put. Okay? So in OBM, we're handling everything in CI based. Okay? So we create CIs in RTSM. Okay? RTSM is a lightweight version of, right? Sorry about that. Version of UCMDB. Okay? So it's a lightweight version of UCMDB. Okay? So in UCMDB, everything is a CI. It's not an infrastructure element. It's not a database. It is a configuration item. Okay? So case in point, if I go to RTSM, you're looking at RTSM right now. Okay? So you're looking at RTSM right now. Okay? So this is the maximum. Anyway, okay? So you're looking at an RTSM right now, and you're looking at Orion. See this on the screen? It's Orion, okay? And what you're looking at is basically a node, okay? What you're looking at is basically a node, okay? Now, it's a node, but it's as far as UCMDB is concerned, as far as RTSM is concerned, it's a CI. So if I click on properties here, you will see attributes of the CI, okay? If you will see attributes of the CI, to you it's a node, right? It's a Windows machine. To our to us normal IT folks, it's a Windows machine, but to OBM it's a configuration item. What do I mean when I say configuration item? You will not see, you might see an IP address here, right? But it's a very simple IP address, right? So in fact, if you look at the IP address here, the IP address is not defined. So so what I mean by this is some of the information about the node is not captured. Okay? You don't see CPU information. You don't see file systems. Do I need file systems? I don't know. I don't know if you need file systems, guys, right? I don't know if you need file systems, but the point that I'm trying to make here is, okay, you're looking at a configuration item more than anything else. Okay? So what do I mean by you're looking at a configuration item? Now, let's close this. Let's go back to OBM. Okay? Let's go back to OBM. Let's go and look at something that I did. Okay? If I go to policy templates, okay? If I go to policy templates, come on, you can do it. And this might change our landscape here from 45 minutes. I will shift the agenda anytime, right? So it all depends on what's going on. Okay. You don't need to worry about while waiting for this to load. You don't need to worry about this if you're dealing with Sitescope, you're dealing with APM, maybe if you're working with Content Pack or Spice for OM. But what if you're going to create it on your own? Okay? Which I did. I created something on my own, right? Um I created Roberto here. So I have several versions already for you guys. Okay? So if you go to version 1.0 or 1. Yeah, let's go to version 1.1. Okay. If you go to version 1.1, okay? So this is an OPC MSG, right? So not sure if you're familiar with the OPC MSG policy. The OPC MSG policy allows you to uh, send events to OBM. It's an API. Okay. Suddenly the so it's not so bad. You know what? Let me open it one more time.
Would closing the universal seem to be help?
Yeah, the thing is I actually open it because I need to show you something later. Um if I open it later, it will be let me close this to maybe it will clean up some of the Java uh, in memory.
Yeah, the cache could be need to be
Yeah.
cleared.
So a while ago it was really okay. Yeah, so maybe this one is much better this time. Okay, come on. All right. Looks a little bit promising. Yeah, so this is much better. Something's happening, which wasn't happening a while ago. You gotta see this, guys, because the lab exercises are good, but it's mostly analysis. Okay, which is what you're going to really do if you're going to integrate Sitescope, APM, and Network Node Manager and things like that. Okay, so but we're learning how possibly it could be done from scratch. Okay, so if you look at my policy template here, this is an ordinary policy template. Okay, so nothing special. But if I go to event attributes, you will notice that my event attributes are empty. Okay, so this is an ordinary attribute, ordinary policy. My event attributes are at the moment empty. Okay, so nothing in the title, nothing in the description, even severity. So I will leave it all empty. I will save and close this. Okay. Oh no, I'll cancel this. Okay. I'll deploy. Okay. All right. So that's 1.1. I execute OPC OPT / OV / bin. Okay. So you will notice that I have the policy Roberto and it's 1.1. Okay. So now if I do that, I execute this command, right? So this is a very simple command. Okay, a very simple command. Just to minimize your confusion, I'll put Orion here. Okay. So what am I doing? I'm sending. So just in case you haven't seen this before, so what am I doing? I'm sending an event to OBM. Okay, using the OPC MSG command. What this means is the agent is installed on the server NFS. So there's an agent running here. Okay. So I've deployed the Roberto policy template. Okay, which will capture OPC MSG command, right? So OPC MSG command A is application. Okay. You know what? Okay, just in case you haven't tried this before. So I put application here, okay, and then object there, severity critical, message text, uh, message text. I like to use my name, by the way. Okay, I can be technical here. I can give you use cases, but I don't want the use cases to shield the syntax. At the moment, I'm only interested in you understanding the syntax. Okay? So let's focus on the syntax for the moment. So this is an ordinary command. Actually, this is an operations manager command. Okay? Operations manager, operations agent command. So if I press enter here, if I press enter, it sends the event so that if I go to the event browser, okay, if I go to the event browser and open event perspective, let me try to open another tab. Okay. So hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Hang on us. So we can shift easily. Okay. So you now have the event browser. Okay. You now have the event browser. You will wait. Okay, don't worry. Once it's loaded, it's good, right? So this is the event that I just generated, right? So if you notice, the event that I just generated is not associated with a related CI. See that? If I open this, if I open this, okay, if I open that event, okay, I look at the related CI, it's empty. Now, to you guys, there are basically three items that are important to us in OBM. Okay? Related CI, the CI that the event is actually related to. Okay? The node, if the related CI is associated with a node, okay, you can automatically fill this up as well. Okay? Now, you might say, well, are there any CIs that are not related to any node? Of course, Okay, because CI, so we have to detach our technical understanding of CI is an infrastructure element, right? So CIs are standalone, so they can be an infrastructure element or they don't need to be an infrastructure element. In fact, if you want to be strict about it, a method of procedure, the document that you have can be a configuration item, right? So if you're really going to be strict about it, so not all configuration items will have an associated node. From a monitoring standpoint, okay, from a monitoring standpoint, it makes sense that some CIs that will generate an event for will be associated with a node. So it makes sense that you will have something here, right? And then you will see the source CI where the um, event was generated from. You will notice that the source CI is NFS, okay, where the event was generated from. Okay, so this begs the question: for which node, if your mindset is still on the node, right? If it's a router you're talking about, if it's a server you're talking about, for which server is this particular event coming from? Okay, that's the thing. We don't know, right? So why? Because if you look at the event, even if I put a node here, right? Even if I put a node here, it's not going to be captured by OBM. Because as far as OBM is concerned, I did not resolve it to a configuration item. Okay? What you're looking at in the background is a traditional way of generating events. Okay? This is a very traditional way of generating events, which you will see in the market. It's what is proliferated in the market right now. You look at Network Node Manager, you look at SolarWinds, you look at ServiceNow, you look at well, ServiceNow might be half and half, right? You look at Tivoli, Unicenter, Data Protector, SNMP traps, okay? Anything that you can think of, they're generating event. When they generate an event, if ever they will forward the event to OBM, this is how it's going to look like. The moment OBM receives it, OBM is a little bit confused. Hey, for which is this? Oh, it's for the node Orion. Well, I don't really care about the node. You have to let me know what the configuration item is, right? So what will be the configuration item that you need to associate this with, right? So what will be the configuration item that you need to associated this with? So this is not complete. Okay, so this is not complete. So you have to forward the event to OMI, knowing that OMI will need to resolve it to a CI later on. Now you have two options. Okay, you have two options on doing so. One, okay, how are you going to associate it with the CI, right? One, on the policy or on the sending entity. Okay? On the sending entity. This is not always possible. Okay? This is not always possible. Why? Because if I go in and look at OPC MSG, if I go in and look at OPC MSG, this is a traditional this is a traditional command to generate an event. It is going to be similar to SolarWinds, guys. It's going to be similar to SolarWinds, whatever you're using, Network Node Manager. If you have orchestration tools, maybe Ansible, okay, anything that you think of, this is how it's going to look like. If you look at OPC MSG command, there's no mention of configuration items on the help online, right? So how are you going to tell? How are you going to send something for OBM which OBM cannot receive because sending entity does not have the capability to tell you which CIs it's coming from, right? So another option will be to do it at the policy level, okay? Which is normally where we go, right? Which is normally where we go and define, okay? So on the policy level, actually this is not optional. You have to do it at the policy level all the time, okay? So even if the sending entity can do it, okay? Even if the sending entity can do it, but at the policy level, okay, we have to do it. So you have to go to the policy level. Okay, so I'll go back to my policy and look at maybe 1.2 here. Okay, edit 1.2. Okay, so edit 1.2 and we'll wait again. Okay, so you go to rules. Okay, so it's still the same, nothing special. Okay, but this time I'm going to say that it will be related to that node. I'll try that in, right? So you see that node there? Okay. I'll try that in. Actually, this is still not going to work. This will still not work. Okay. So even if I do it like I just showed you, I created this to just show you, right? So if I put the node there, okay, this will still not work. So I'll cancel this. I go to 1.3, okay? Edit 1.3. This is an ordinary policy modification, guys, right? So we're just massaging the information so we can associate it with the CI. Okay? If I go to rules, I go to event attributes. This time, I will have my related CI here. Okay? So I'll put something under node. I'll put something under node. I'll put something under node. And I'll put something under related CI. So I'm going to put message node name, which is a variable, right? If you're not comfortable, right? If you're not comfortable playing around with this, remember that I can take my policy variables on the right. So just follow my mouse. It will move over here. Okay, so it's dancing. If I go to policy variables, I will see, okay, message node name here, right? Message node name. Message node is the IP address, which is not what I want. I want the message node name. Okay, so I can put it there, which is uh which is equivalent. Message node name is equivalent to the parameter node that we're sending. See this guy here, right? That's equivalent to the message node that we're sending. Okay. All right. So we do that. So let's cancel this because I've created it in advance. So let's deploy this. Deploy version 1.3. Same policy. Okay. So same policy. All right. So do not get confused yet. So if I execute, what are we looking for? 1.3, right? Did I miss it? So now we're looking for version 1.3. So now I'm going to execute the same command again, but this time I'm going to put Orion. This time I'm going to put Orion here. So press enter. Okay. So same command, right? Same command, same everything. I just changed the policy version. I changed the policy. So now you will notice that if you look at the event browser, it's now associated with Orion. You see that? It's now associated with Orion. So the related configuration item, okay, is now associated with Orion, such that if I follow my mouse, I will move my mouse to the left pane under the view. See this, right? If I filter on Orion, it will include that on my list. Okay? Something is missing though. The node. The node is empty. Okay? The related CI was populated. Okay? So look what happened. I was able to find a related configuration item, which is Orion. It was able to associate it with a Windows CI type. So automatic. So that's the first resolution success that we're dealing with. We gave it a CI name. It was able to find the CI name, and it was able to find the type of that particular configuration item. Okay? But something's missing here. The node CI is empty. Okay, so let's analyze this for a second. Okay. So how come the node CI is empty? Related CI was captured. Okay. So if I go to resolver hints, it will tell me that the related CI hint is Orion. Okay. The related CI hint is Orion. So let's go to the IT Universe Manager. Okay. If you go to your IT Universe Manager, click on Properties for the IT Universe Manager. Okay. IT Universe Manager. The display label is Orion. The name is Orion. Okay. So if I go back to my browser, it's basically telling me that the hints that I was using is Orion. So it was able to find based on that hint. So you see here, matched hints count 1 out of 1. I have that particular hint. Okay. Now for the node, the DNS is Orion. If I go back to my CI Orion, click on properties. Okay? Click on properties. Okay? Click on or view the primary DNS name. The primary DNS name is Orion Advantage MFSW demo.com. So that might be the reason why it did not associate the event to that node configuration item or to that node. So maybe that's the reason why. So let's try it again. This time, instead of just putting Orion, I'm going to put the fully qualified domain name. So press enter. Okay. So let's see what you will get here. So now I have the same. Okay. I look at the node. Voila. The node configuration item related CI is now set to Orion. The node, right? The node where it is going to be possibly belonging to is also Orion. So if I close some of the windows here. Let's close some of the windows. Okay. Open this guy. Open this guy. Okay. Go to general. It will tell me related CI is Orion. Node is Orion. Okay. If I go to resolver hints, so hints is what you give to OBM, right? So now do you understand what hints are for? So you're giving OBM hints. Okay, OBM, these are the possible CIs that this event will be associated with. That's a wrong that's a wrong type of definition. Hints is good, right? Hints is good, but the concept of possible configuration item is not something very comforting, right? So even if it's considered a hint, right? You don't want because whenever you say the word hint, you're kind of like asking OBM to guess. Okay? So to be honest, you want OBM to accurately identify the configuration item that it will be associated with. So although you're dealing with hints, you want to give it as much, identification as possible. Okay? So now you'll notice that for the CIs, I'm still using one hint, which is the related CI. Okay, the only time and the only reason why the node was not resolved was because it was not equal to the primary DNS name. So in order for you to associate the event to a node, you must match the primary DNS name. So that's one of the lessons that we are learning in this particular demonstration, right? So instead of reading from the slides that we have, okay, so it's easier for you to see what's going on here. Okay, so easier for you to see what's going on. Now, since I'm creating everything, I have complete control, right? So if you notice, I have complete control here. That's the second reason why I'm giving you a demonstration from scratch, because I want to be in complete control as to what you will learn, right? So if I click OK here, okay, if I click OK, we're sort of happy. We're sort of happy. Now, what do you mean sort of happy? Well, the thing is, Roberto, if I go to, I'm not sure if you're familiar with IT Universe Manager. Maybe some of you were not able to um attend OBM. I think there was one or two, right? The first level OBM training. Maybe it's all from experience. Okay. So, but in IT Universe Manager, if you right click on this guy, you will see get related CIs. Okay. Now, what is this get related CIs? You will see here all the configuration item related to the node. Okay. This is not an RTSM training or a UCMDB training. Okay. But in UCMDB, a node can be associated with anywhere from 100 to 700 configuration items. A node. So what you're looking at right now is a minuscule of what you might have in production environment. Now keep in mind that there are some environments which has very minimal. So first point to ponder. Whenever I hear we only have nodes in UCMDB, my mind panics a little bit. Okay? So whenever I go in and say, okay, what's in your UCMDB? Oh, Roberto, we only have nodes in our UCMDB. We only have nodes in RTSM. My mind panics a little bit. Okay, one because how will it look like in the future? Okay, so honestly speaking, you're kind of if that will be the case, you might be setting yourself up for a failure in the future because you're now configuring events. It's not going to be difficult to backtrack and erase everything that you're doing, right? So so especially if you linger on node-based monitoring for a very long time. Okay? So at this point, as you could see here, this is when the power of OBM comes in compared to other products. Okay? As you can see here, you have a node, and it looks like in OBM, the node might actually be related to other CIs, which might not be CIs in other applications. Okay? For example, IP address. An IP address is not a CI in NNM. In OBM, it's a CI, right? C drive. C drive is information in other products. In fact, in Service Manager, C drive is not a CI. In Service Manager, IP address is not a CI. They're attributes. So C drive in Service Manager is not a CI. In other products, I'm going to bet it's not a configuration item as well. Okay? CPU might not be configuration items. What's basically my point? In other products, you never had this particular, depends on how you look at it. Half is the glass half full or is the glass half empty? Okay? So let me try to finish my phrase. In other products, monitoring products, event management products, you never have this problem or you never had this particular feature. Okay? In OBM, since these information are CIs and not attributes, in other products they will be attributes. But in OBM, since these are configuration items, the beauty is you have the ability to associate the event to individual configuration items. Okay? You have the ability to associate it with individual configuration items. I can associate I can associate the CI, okay, with the event. So for example, I can go here and select, forget about the node, guys. I can use other fields here. It's just that I'm using it for my policy template. So please do not get confused. Okay? So I'm going to put web order here. Okay? I go back, close this. Okay? So now it doesn't come up. Why? Because it's filtered. My browser is filtered. So I need to go back here and select no filter. Okay? If it was able to if it was able to associate that, it will automatically put that in the related CI. So you see that? Right? So it automatically associated that to web order, which is part of your view here. So you see this? It's part of your view. This is the maximum, apparently. Right? So now I associated that with the web order. Okay? Let's look at this. 192.168.55.44. 192 dot what's this? 168 dot 55 dot 44. Okay, go there. Look at the related CI. It tells me it's Orion because of the IP address. Right. So if I go back here, what do you want? This one here, right? So this one here. The name, the CI name. It has to be the CI name. So this one. You see that? I go here, press enter, go back. It basically will tell me that it's the related configuration item. It was able to resolve it as well. It was able to resolve it to related configuration item, which is an interface. Okay? So which is an interface. But out of all of that, the node configuration item is empty. Right? So the node configuration item is empty. So what's missing here? I need to associate this events to the node configuration item. There are several ways of doing that. Okay? But one way of doing that is use this format. I will have a slide for this, don't worry. We'll have a slide for this. Okay. So I'm going to use this particular format. Okay. Which is telling me that the type of the CI is MySQL. The name of the CI is web order. And it is hosted on Orion Advantage something something. So if I go back here, look at this, you will now notice that the node configuration item is associated with Orion. So I was able to resolve the related CI, the source CI, and the node configuration item. Okay? Now, observe this. So what if we do this here? Okay. So what if we do that? The interface card. So you go here, it's the interface card. So you see, it will tell you the node. So you don't really need to put the CI type. You just put the interface card, okay, and the node that it belongs to. Okay, does that make sense? Now this is the fun part. Okay, guys, this is the fun part. If I go to right, so this and this are for the node. This for the node. This for the node. Okay. Now, let's go back to the IT Universe Manager. Okay. Let's go back. So how many CPUs do you see? CPU 2 and CPU 1, right? CPU 2 and CPU 1. That's the CPUs that you see. Okay. I can go here. I can generate an event for CPU 1, right? I will mark it severe or critical. Okay. I will generate another event for CPU 2 and I will mark it major. Okay? I will mark it major. So now I mark it major. I go back over here. Right? So I go back over there. You will notice that I now have one major. It's on that node. I would have the other, which is critical, on that node. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, observe this. I select Orion on the right. I will select Orion on the left rather. So remember, before when I selected Orion on the left, what did it do? It filtered the events, right? I select Orion on the left over here. So let's go this one first. Look, it does not include the CPUs. If I expand on this, and if there are any CPUs there, I click on CPU. There I will see Orion. Okay? Is that what you want? I don't know. But that's the option that you can take. Right? So what we're trying to tell you here is it's not because CPU is on node 1 does it means that you know you're going to have a problem with the entire node. Okay? So, for example, what happens here is this gets assigned to student 02, right? So just imagine it was assigned to student 02, okay? This is assigned to student 03. So CPU 1 is assigned to student 02, okay? CPU 1 is assigned to student 02, okay? A while ago, right? So it was assigned to student 02. CPU 2 is assigned to student 03. Forgot to save. Right? When student when student 02 logs in, right? So it tries to fix this. Okay, how am I going to fix this? I open this. Well, I have a problem with the CPU, something, right? Problem with the CPU. But what CPU is it from? It's from Orion. Okay? So it will be picked up. Okay? So student 03 logs in, opens the same or opens the event. It will also be connected to Orion. Okay? Now, if it was for an IP address, you see that IP address there? Okay? Let's look for another node. So let me look for another node. OPSEX. ITOM. So it doesn't have any IP address. There you go. This one is IP address 2, right? So APM has 2 IP addresses. Hey Roberto, what are you doing? I'll show you what I'm doing. Okay? So you have those 2 IP addresses here. So let's isolate that. Okay? So 17217 and this one, right? So if I generate, when I generate the event for this guy, when I generate the event for this guy, okay, I can make it APM only, right? So I can make it APM. Then I can say message text, hey, you have a problem with IP1. Okay? We can do this, right? Why not? This is what we've been doing ever since. Okay? Hey, you have a problem with IP1. Okay? You can do that. So that's the first event. Okay? You have another event. Hey, you have a problem with the second IP. Okay? I want you to feel the pain for this one. So that's why I'm going through the pain of giving you the example. Okay? So you can do the same here. You can do the same. So you now have 2 events for 2 different IPs. Okay? So if I go back here, I remove all my filters. I will have those 2 IP addresses. Okay. See this? Hey, you have a problem with that, right? So you see, the related CI is APM. The node is APM. The problem with the IP address is on the title, which is what we do all the time. So when we generate an event, everything is associated to the node. When we generate an event, everything is associated to the node, right? And then we massage the text. We massage the text so the text will be associated with whatever we want to inform the user. Okay? So if I go here, I select assign to. I can assign it to student 01, and then the other one I will assign it to whoever you want to assign it to. Okay? Now, what's the problem with this? This is fine. This is fine. Okay, if you go to APM, you will see that. But here's the catch. The catch here is if this is an IP address, so there's a likelihood that it can move around. It might not move around today, it might not move around tomorrow, but there's a likelihood that maybe in 3 years time, it can be reassigned to another server or some kind. Okay. So this two IP address. So what if one IP address is static, one IP address is dynamic? So how will your event management system keep track of those changes? Okay. This is where the beauty of operations bridge manager comes in. Okay. I can assign those events individually to the IP addresses. Okay. I can assign them individually to the IP addresses. And similar to the CPU, if the IP address is moved from one node to another, this node information here will also change. This node information can also change depending on how you send that particular information. Okay? So if the user tries to pursue this, okay, the problem will be associated with that particular configuration item, okay, and not with the actual node. So imagine this is a virtual machine. What if the event that we're generating is for a virtual machine and the virtual machine is vMotion? So when a user logs in, okay, the user can connect to the current ESX server that it is connected to without knowing exactly where it is uh, for the moment assigned. Okay, so these are the things that you can work with CI resolution. So the things that you can work with CI resolution. So the more you know about this, okay, uh, effectively, the better, right? So that's that's CI resolution. Now, all right. So here is the challenge that we have. On my watch, it's 250, right? So it's already 250 on my watch. Um, so this is gonna be the plan, guys. So just follow my lead for the moment, right? So just follow my lead for the moment. Uh, the theme is for you to survive the labs. Because if we cannot do the labs today, then it will pile up tomorrow, and that's going to be a problem schedule wise. Lecture, we can always adjust. Okay, survive the labs. Okay, so there are two labs that I'd like you to do, and that's gonna be 3 and 4. All right. So if you don't mind, so let's go for a break. Okay, so let's go for a break. 15 minutes. Okay. When we come back, let's continue with additional lecture. Okay. So lecture to wrap up 3, and then lecture to uh, survive labs for 4. Okay. My estimated dismissal is maybe 3:30 p.m. Central. Okay. So let's uh go for a long break. Go for a 15-minute break because the next one will be also interesting. Okay, so I'll put a timer of 15 minutes here. When we come back, we're going to proceed with the remaining topics for us to survive the lab exercises 4, 3, and 4. Okay, so I'll see you then. Okay, if you guys are back, let me know by raising your hand, something in the chat room. So I'd like to see more hands here. So the more the merrier. So this is the time when you're supposed to raise your hands very very quickly because it's almost at the end of the day. Okay. Okay. So we're still in module 3 and for so we know why we need to resolve configuration items, right? This will be tomorrow. We don't have time to do it today. Okay, so this one here. Okay. So for now, we're going to have some more additional examples. Okay. So this is an example on how you can provide CI hints. Okay. So this is what I did in our lab exercise in my demonstration. This is exactly what we did in our demonstration. We have the CI type, the name, the double at signs to tell you which node it belongs to. Okay. So this will be hint number 1, okay, number 2, right? Number 3, and the ETI is number 4. So it will match 4 of 4. The second example will be site scope. This is for site scope. Okay. Now, the problem with talking about the problem with talking about uh a slide like this is it might put you in a worrying stance. Okay, so honestly speaking, you don't need to worry about this. You just need to learn. Okay, because Sitescope, when it forwards the alerts to OBM as events. Okay, so when it forwards alerts to OBM as events, it will automatically fill up the necessary data. Okay, all you need to make sure is the CIs actually exist. Okay, so in Sitescope, it will send the related CI hint. It will send the Sitescope as a word, and then the session ID, which is in this case it's 3, and the monitor ID, which is in this case will be 400393. Okay, so that's going to be the hint, and uh, and sometimes it might be successful in resolving that. Sometimes not, right? So it really depends on whether or not the CIs are already existing on RTSM. Okay, so this one will be on if you're using this version. Okay, okay. So host node is the CI type. This is CI type, and this is the DNS name. Okay, so normally it will be populated with a policy template. So if you're going to create your policies, okay, if you're going to create your policies, then you can do it this way. This will be for EUM, end user monitor for BPM, right? So this one is simple. The CI hint is the type, business application. in the name. It's very simple. The only thing that you won't have here is the node. It doesn't have the node. Okay, but it will match all your CI hints. Okay, so and the ATI hints. Okay, this is if you have OM. To OBM. Okay, so if you have OM integration to OBM. If you are not familiar with OM, guys, this might be a little bit confusing. So it's like, talking about integration between Samsung and iPhone, but we don't have Samsung experience. So it's that's the analogy here. So if you are familiar with OM, it's going to be a very easy item to understand. Okay, if we're integrating from OM and we're using Spice, right? If we're using Spice, if you install Spice in OM, it will automatically fill up the service ID information. That service ID information will be sent along with the event, right? And if you did topology synchronization with OM, the topology synchronization will automatically add the CIs. When the event is associated with the CI, right? The the service ID will be used as part of the hint. Okay? So this is how the OM service ID looks like. OBM will parse through that OM service ID to identify which configuration items it will attach it to. So effectively here, most likely it will attach it to the interface. Okay. Um, Same thing here. This is OM service ID. So same thing, different example. The only different here is that um, you only match 3 out of 4, which is sometimes okay, right? So sometimes okay. So as long as you match something, it could be something that you can accept, or it could be something that you can, massage or calibrate depending on what it is required of you, right? This one is very easy. Okay, very easy. You just provide the node hint. I've given you an example with this one. My second example. So if you remember my second example, right, where we use the primary DNS name. Okay. So in my second demonstration, and this example demonstrates a case in which the related CI is resolved, but the identified CI is not a component that generated the event. Okay. If you look at the source CI hint, it's different from the one that generated the event. This is actually what is in my example, right? This is what we're doing in our examples. In our example, we execute from NFS. Okay. So in our example, in my demonstration, I'm executing the command in NFS, and I'm associating with any configuration item. Okay. Do not get confused with that. This is normal. It's a normal occurrence for OBM administrators. It's normal occurrence for us to execute a command and send it over to the OBM server, especially if the the target that we're trying to generate an event from, okay, does not have any agent, right? So similar to Sidescope, Sidescope is actually doing that. So It's sending alerts on behalf of other problematic events. Okay, so think of this as forwarding from a non-OBM entity. Okay, so this is all I want to discuss for now, right? So this is all I want to discuss for now. Tomorrow, when we come in, okay, we will look for a chance to talk about resolution cache. Okay, but personally though, personally, it's something that I can really postpone at the moment. I can move it all the way to Friday. Let the concept of CI resolution, linger for a while, and then might be a good idea to bring it up on Friday as some kind of a review, right? So, but just follow my lead at the moment. The substance on why CI resolution is important, we have covered. So majority of module 3, maybe 75% to 80% of module 3, uh, and the most important aspect I have demonstrated to you. Okay? So, module 4. So, in module 4 here, guys, my primary focus is to let you do and finish the lab exercises. Okay? So, finish the lab exercises. Um, ETI resolution or event type resolution is a little bit difficult to understand right now. Why? Because we haven't talked about service self customization. Okay. So in module 10. So in module 10, we will talk about service self customization. Okay. In module 6, we will talk about topology based event correlation. Okay. So it's kind of difficult. It's a chicken or the egg problem because you need to know ETI resolution, but at the same time you need to be familiar with ETI in order for you to understand what ETI resolution is all about. Okay, so uh, honestly speaking, the best way to learn this is to first give you a demo on what you will do in your lab exercises, right? So believe me, guys, I've been teaching the OBM 200 over and over again. And personally, if I'm going to possibly learn it, I want to, continue with the labs first and then work my way when it comes to my skill set. Okay, so ETI. Uh, so what's ETI? ETI stands for Event Type Indicator. Okay. Okay. So let me give you. So you don't feel lost on what we're discussing here, right? So you don't feel lost on what we're discussing here. Okay. Okay. So if I go to the first part, it's basically a review, right? So review. Remember in OBM 120, you work with ETIs. Okay. Um, and then we talk about best practices. Okay, best practices for indicators, which is okay as long as you remember exactly what ETIs are all about. Okay, the most important part here is we want to know how we can associate an event with an ETI. That's all we're really after. Now, if you remember, where do you use ETI for? You use ETIs as a health indicator for topology-based event correlation, for SBEC, for pairwise, and duplicate suppression. Okay, so it's really for event processing. So if you want, so simply put, okay, if you want an event to go through advanced event processing, okay, in OBM, most likely you will need an ETI. Okay, so most likely you will need an ETI. All right, so let's start with a demonstration here because that's what you're going to do in your lab exercises. So keep in mind that my primary goal here is to help you finish the lab exercises for today because tomorrow I don't want that hanging over our heads. Right? Okay. So event type indicator. Okay. So we create an event type indicator later for maybe as an HI, okay, as for TBEC, okay, SBEC, and others. So imagine you need it later, right? So imagine we say yes, I want it. Hey, do you want any of this? Right? So imagine you said yes. Okay. Will you want any one of this? Yes. Okay. So let's go. So you need to first create an event type indicator. What is an event type indicator anyway? So it's actually very simple, right? So you go to administration, okay? You go to administration, you go to operations, service health, okay? You go to service health. Under service health, you will see indicator definitions, right? Now, if you click on indicator definitions, you'd actually see that indicator event type indicators are associated with CI types. Oops. Okay. Okay. So it's associated with CI types. So where do I start? Okay. So it's actually related to module 3 if you really think about it. Okay? So that's why they're bunched together. So what did we learn in module 3? In module 3 we learned CI resolution. Is that all you learned from me in module 3? Okay. So hopefully not, guys, right? So hopefully not only CI resolution, okay? But the most important part that you learned in module 3 was the fact that, well, in OBM, okay, I can associate an event, okay, to another CI, okay, besides node. And it's big. This is the only place in the real world. And I'm not kidding you, right? I'm not saying this because I'm teaching microfocus products. You will not see any products, okay, that would allow you to associate, right, an event to a CI other than the node. So it's a really a big thing. So you can associate events to file systems, you can associate events to CPUs, you can associate events to configuration files to processes, name it. You can associate the event with that. Does that make sense, right? Now, if I can associate it to any CI besides the node, then it is a CI type. So I can associate an event to any CI type according to what I learned in module 3, right? So let's use that as a launch pad. So if I go back to the commands that we were executing, okay? One of the commands that we were executing here is the MySQL. This one here is the MySQL CI type. We were associating an event to that MySQL CI type. Okay? We were associating that event to my MySQL CI type. So let's put that in our on the table here. Okay, so MySQL CI type. So we learned that I can associate an event to the MySQL CI type. So I was able to resolve that to a CI. Now, do I want that event to go through health indicators, TBEC, SBEC? So imagine yes. Okay. Then all we need to do is just to look for the MySQL type, CI type. So it's here, MySQL database. I've created the indicator here already. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to delete that. So, okay. So we all learn together because this might be something that you need a review. So what's an indicator? An indicator is, something that will indicate your status, your state, or whatever you are, whatever the CI is, or whatever the event is, right? So I can create here, and I can give it whatever I want, right? So what do you like? Is it gonna be uh, uh, coolness level? It can be anything. So I call it coolness level. The coolness of, okay, or the disaster level. Okay, how about that? Disaster level. Okay, or stability level. So as you can see, it can be anything that I want that will be important to my environment. Okay, so I think I'd like to use stability level. Okay, this is going to be my indicator. Stability level. Okay, now in my stability level, you basically decide what those states are. Indicators are states, right? So indicators are state. It could be normal. It could be critical. Is that what you like? Normal, critical. Let's not use that, right? So let's not use normal and critical because, honestly speaking, it's detrimental to your learning imagination. So I will define um, normal here, or maybe, okay, display name. I would say stability level low, right? So I would say maybe critical, okay, low, add. I'll add a new one, okay, maybe major, okay, uh, medium, low, So just put ML here. Okay. So I just add one more. I just add one more. So you can add as much as you want here, right? So I can say very stable. I'll say very stable there. So you can add more. So as you can see here, I'm just playing around, messing around, maybe for your demonstration. But in real life, it will be something that will indicate your state. Okay. Now, if you don't want any of the severity, you can always opt for informational. Maybe that's all you want. Okay. It really depends on what you're trying to achieve. Is this gonna be a health? Is this going to be informational? Okay, so I could have said informational here. Okay, but I think I might want something more out of this later on. Okay, so I just click create here. I just click create and um, now I have the stability level for the MySQL database. Okay, technically speaking, that's it. That's my event type indicator. Now, what I want to do next is I want to make sure that when I generate the event, when I generate the event will match the indicator if I want the event to use the indicator that I just created. Okay? So ETI resolution is actually this. It's very simple. We don't need to make it complicated, right? So we don't need to make it complicated. Okay? You just put the ETI hint here, and that's all you need. So here, when you want to generate the event, you're just saying, I want to use the ETI. Okay? You go to rules, you go to event attributes. Okay? You will see ETI there. I'm going to remove it. So remember, I remove the hint. I go to indicators here, refresh, go to MySQL. So with ETI indicator, you just put the stability level. So what stability level you want for this one? Low, medium, high. So what's the severity here? Can be low. So I put drag and drop. I put the ETI hint here. Okay. Then I click save and close. Right? Then I deploy it. Okay. Deploy it. You go here. I'll just use this. Okay. So what is ETI resolution? In ETI resolution, all you want is for the event to be associated with your hint and your ETIs. That's all there is to it, actually. Right? I just want you to see that because in reality, tomorrow, okay, we can spend some time with the remaining slides and catch up on the next agenda. Okay. So there you go. So this is the one, right? Look at the, let's open this up. You will see under resolver hints, okay, you will see the ETI hint. See that? So when this gets resolved, okay, when this gets resolved, the ETI hint gets resolved. It will automatically be processed based on what you use it for. Topology-based event correlation, KPIs, suppression, and all those things, right? So that goes into the ETI hint. Okay, so if you go into your lab exercises, okay, so let me show you what you will be doing in your labs. Okay, in lab 3, you're simply going to answer some questions, right? It's purely navigating. If you look at your lab exercises is not really going to ask you to deploy any policy. Okay? Your lab exercises is simply going to ask you to navigate around and find out where the information lies. Okay? Um, then for lab 4, it's going to be the same. For lab 4, all you'll be doing, okay, is connecting to APM, find out the event type indicator that it belongs to, right? So if you look at my event type indicator here, if you go to general, uh, I'll check it out later, okay? But you want the event type indicator associated here, okay? But I'll check it out later. Maybe I missed a particular step. But anyway, you're not going to create event type indicators yet. Okay, we will learn how to create event type indicators later on. What we just really wanted to show you was, okay, in this lab exercises, you're simply navigating your way around the interface, right? So here, memory load paging. So your labs will just ask you to verify some of those event type indicators where you find it, the ETI hint, okay? And you will also be connecting to Sitescope, by the way, right? So and in Sitescope, you're just working with APM Service Health. Now, if you're not familiar with Sitescope, okay, there's in the slide we never talk about Sitescope. So if you're not familiar with Sitescope, let me know, right? So I can assist you offline. If you cannot follow the materials, okay. So because Sitescope actually, guys, is a very big topic, right? So it has 10 days worth of training as well. So if you find this very challenging, let me know, and I'm more than willing to lend a hand here. Okay, so it's part of your lab exercises, but it's not part of our demonstration. Okay, you can also treat this as optional. So if you're not familiar with Sitescope and you think this might be too much, you can treat it as optional. But personally, if you're going to ask me, I'd try, right? I'll put my hands in there. OBM ETIs, this one is not difficult, right? So you're just going to go and generate some events, which you have done already in OBM 120, right? And it will generate some of the events, and and trigger the event type resolution. Okay, so if you're going to ask me if you're a little bit behind, can I see a raise of hands on how many people are behind in the lab exercises? So if you're behind, anybody behind? Yeah. So if you're shy on on raising your hand, let me know. We can always discuss offline. You can always private message me. Okay. Now, if you are behind and you'd find this challenging, I would recommend to skip the site scope portion first. Go to the OBM setting because at least with OBM we're very familiar with 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 our interface. Okay? Yeah, so but that's what you're going to do in your lab exercises. I will leave you with the sharks for the moment. Okay? I will leave you with the sharks for the moment. And then tomorrow we'll wrap things up uh, as far as the lecture is concerned. Okay? Exercise 4, you will be working with events coming from EUM and BPM. Okay? Well, you're not really going to sorry. This is 3, right? So but with exercise 4, yeah, so you will be working with EUM alerts. Okay? EUM ETIs. You're not going to create policies. You're only going to browse end user management, okay, in the alerts tab. Right? So I will stop here, guys. I will stop here. Um, the lab exercises are long. I know that it might be very challenging, and it's my way of putting you on the spot. Honestly speaking, so tomorrow, when you're familiar with EUM, because I know that some of you are not familiar with EUM, so when you're a little bit familiar with EUM, then we can wrap things up, right? So it's better that way, and then proceed with the remaining lecture. Okay. So remember, our goal is because in OBM, it's all CI based. So if you get confused, why are we doing this? Everything is CI based, right? So everything is CI based. And because we have CI based, we will have the capability to do TBEC, topology based event correlation. We will have the capability to do SBEC and all of those other things. So we're doing it all because we're CI based. Okay? So that's gonna be the plan for the remaining 75 minutes. Hopefully it's gonna be enough. If not, let me know. We can always work things out somewhere. Okay, so it's gonna be lab 3. Okay, so it's going to be lab 3 and lab 4. Okay, so lecture for today is done, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop talking now. I know my voice has been tiring for the entire day, so I'll stop talking and I will just wait in the background. So for those who are calling it a day in 1 hour or so, just buzz me if you're calling it a day. Otherwise, just ping me whenever you need me. All right. So again, thank you very much for today.
Well, Roberto, I was going to head on out. It's just leaves you and Alex, if Alex is there. Alex, are you still there? Am I the last one? Maybe Alex already left for the day, Roberto. Will do. By the way, I think I got an answer. I'm in private chatting, and I think there's one of the, anyways, one of my students, or actually wasn't one of my, yeah, it was one of my students. He was copying and pasting from the bookshelf, and I think a dash was instead of a hyphen, something like that. So when I told him to just type it in and see what happened, it works. So I know in the 120 class, one of the syntaxes does that. The kubectl, the kubectl, whatever that, Kubernetes, any of that. I can't even talk. I'm so tired. How much sleep? But anyways, I think that's what the issue was. He seems to be fine now.